4.5, 6, 7, 10, and 11 have been pulled. So can I have a motion to approve the remaining items?
Move the balance.
For the balance, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So first we have Councillor Henry and Councillor Tyler Moran for 4.1. So Councillor Henry, you have a question on this?
Give me one moment. Yes, actually, can we let Rob go first? If you don't
Sure.
mind, I'm just getting my notes here.
Thank you.
Councillor
Are you able
Tyler
to, yeah, can you open it, please? I can open it on my screen, but is that possible? So if we scroll up, please, just to the different options. Assuming that everyone has read this, and the option one being the most economical and resourceful and lowest cost, electronic only. You know, I believe that in all my heart, we're going to get there soon, you know, but at this time, I believe that the medium option B is the way to go, because there's a lot of people that still aren't, you know, like I think in 4 years it'll be different, and certainly be completely different in 8 years. So I'm suggesting that we go with option B. It's certainly my choice, because there's a lot of people that we talk to every day in Ward 1 that would like to get a hard copy. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Again, I'm assuming everybody read this, but I think it's still relevant to go. And I think the Metroland Ajax News Advertiser, again, it's not, you know, perfect, but at least it's a hard copy that we can point to our residents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Moran. Councillor Henry.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask a question of staff with regards to option C. The company mentioned is F&R Delivery. Is the staff member, I guess it would be Devin, is she on here through the chair?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, I am here, yes.
Excellent. I just wanted to ask, because I wasn't part of this previous process, when this was done, did this go out to many different companies, and this was the company that was the least of all the companies that was chosen?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, I did reach out for multiple quotes for the delivery and printing costs, and this particular company was the lowest cost option for delivery when it's to household via Canada Post.
Okay, and was there an option, I didn't see on here, I saw A, B, and C. Was there an option that the town gave the printing job to a company, it came back to the town, and then the town delivered it to Canada Post and kind of didn't have a company that delivered it for us? Or that wasn't a consideration from that time period?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, it was not an option that was looked at previously or for this current report for multiple reasons. This particular delivery of 3 different types of newsletters to each specific ward, when our ward maps do, they don't line up perfectly with Canada Post routes, and it's a little bit more of a complicated delivery system with this. And it was not recommended that staff would take, first of all, the significant time to navigate the system, or to attempt to try to use this particular system for such a large and crucial delivery for the first time.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, I just did this during the election, so I could see that response you're giving. Thank you for that. That's all my questions. I would agree then the option B, but thank you, much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Regional Councillor Lee, you have a question?
More a preference or a comment. I appreciate option B as a more economic approach, but I think we used option C last term and it went tremendously well. I think the newsletter is one of the things I pushed for last term as a whole, to just get communications out, because if there's one thing we hear loud and clear from a lot of our residents is, oh, we didn't know about insert issue XYZ here. And we can direct them to social media, we can direct them to our website, we can direct them to even the news advertiser, which unfortunately a lot of people work to don't even get anymore. And ultimately, I think just our true hard delivery was worked best. And you're speaking to the ward that had most complications with delivery. I think the first newsletter, and I don't think any of my residents got, But as we worked it through, it became a more streamlined process. It worked incredibly well. Residents were incredibly informed on the issues that we brought to their attention. And I think it should be continued as an option. So yeah, I would actually push for option C, the direct delivery. Thank you, Chairman.
Counselor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. I did have a question about option A. So the way to distribute it is online through communications. It has it here, communication channels, networks, and communities to increase reach and visibility, and the electronic ward newsletter databases. So my question would be, how many resident emails does the town have?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer. In our current electronic email system, we would have approximately 8,000 email addresses where we have express permission to directly email residents, businesses, and community groups. I would like to add that part of this, I would be also heavily promoting this through the community page for residents to keep an eye out on ajax.ca as well. We do have residents that subscribe to certain pages on ajax.ca, and then through our social media channels as well. And just as another note for option A, the electronic option here, we would also have the ability to print a select number of hard copies. So those could be put in the community centers if councillors preferred. They could be brought directly to ward meetings or provided to any residents that they would prefer.
Thank you. And when you say select number, is that an actual number that we're limited to? Or we could say we want every rec center, every library, every seniors residence?
Through
All right, go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, we would absolutely work with each council member on a case-by-case basis based off of where you would like the hard copies to keep. So you're not limited to a particular number of hard copies.
Okay, and thank you. And my final question was, in first term, did we try both the Metroland option and the Canada Post option? And we found that one worked better than the other, or is that not correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, that would not be correct. In last term, we did not try the Metroland delivery.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. And Ms. Jarvis made my initial comment, which is a option to print a certain number is available, and she has confirmed that. So I'll just speak to it quickly. I mean, we tried this out last term. I didn't really support it last term. I thought expanding the Ajax today was the way to go. Option D they have here doesn't make sense for me to have our corporate branded and scripted, which is pretty generic for all of Ajax. Most things will apply. There might be some specific things per ward, but there is always an opportunity to expand Ajax today to have a section for each ward specifically. But to have a separate newsletter is, to me, not the way to go. And this kind of shows that we have declared a climate change emergency. We are a paperless organization. We put a lot of money into IT and our strategies and trying to get away from paper. I believe, and it's my intent, that we get away even from our community page in Metroland, because it's a pretty huge cost. I don't know exactly what it is. It's in excess of $100,000 a year, I believe, and I don't think we're getting the benefit for it. So delivering that way, I can tell you, I canceled mine because it was just, there was nothing in it. And I've heard that from many, many, many people. All of us during the election, I think, went with Canada Post, which in this case is the most expensive option. And I just can't support it. So I will support staff's recommendation in this, or potentially option D if we want to sort of amend the Ajax today to include a specific ward piece in there for each ward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Regional Councillor Crawford.
So for me, I don't care whether it's B or C, as long as it's printed. In this last term, when we first did it out, we had an overwhelming response from our senior communities that really liked having a piece of paper to read. So whether that comes through the paper or through the Metrolinx, who I believe is probably one of the main customers of Metrolinx, I still believe that there is a need to print and deliver a newsletter to our senior community who have, as Joanne has mentioned several times, felt left out through COVID. And this is their way of hooking in. Some of them don't even have email, so they don't, electronic version does not apply to them. The idea of printing out the actual newsletter, I think should be done anyway. And I think it should be sent to all of our senior facilities. A stack should be given to them because some, because it's easy to hand out. Any of our long-term care facilities should get a printout of our newsletters, whether in our own wards. Some of us have more than others. But I still think that we're not at a stage where we can go fully electronic, as much as I would love to do that. I don't think we're at a stage. I think we have an aging population that still likes to have a piece of paper, still opens a book to read, doesn't do it online. And I think that it's still important that we respect that community and print a newsletter out for them and have it delivered to them.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
Councillor Henry.
I agree 100% with everything Marilyn just said, but my question is actually to Devin through the chair. In the spirit and hopes of reaching more people in Ward 2, it was recently brought to my attention in a meeting I had with the Durham Public School Board that one of the best ways to reach residents that might speak English but might not read English is to have some kind of barcode system or a scan where they can go and it takes them to the website with the same information on it once they get the paper copy. And then they can use Google Translate if they don't happen to read the language it's printed in. Is that something that we can do in hopes of reaching more residents?
Through the
Through
chair. Through the chair to Councillor Henry, yes, absolutely. Either way, if we weren't choosing option A here and we were choosing B, C, or D, we would still be including an electronic version of the newsletters that would be added to ajax.ca exactly how you described.
And can we also, how you did for me, for my counselor card, do a barcode that can be scanned and on the paper copy so that residents can scan it and it takes them right to the website? Can that be done as well? Implemented in that?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. We can definitely do the exact same idea with the QR code and the URL. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Love your department. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Regional Councillor Lee.
First question, can you hear me better or worse right now?
Better.
Okay, so apologies for the tech issues. Through the chair to Ms. Jarvis, on option D, is there an opportunity for customizable ward information, or generally you're just saying Ajax Today is an option?
Through the chair to Councillor Lee, yes, there would be an opportunity to work with communication staff on a ward specific area. We're not married to a particular template for Ajax today, and we have flexibility there.
And it's 3 times a year on A, B, and C versus once a year in D, is that correct?
Through the chair, not quite correct. For A, B, and C, it would be twice a year in September and January for the months that those would be delivered. And for Ajax today, that's once a year. For 2023, we're looking at an end of May, early June delivery.
Okay. Since option C doesn't seem to have a lot of appetite. I do prefer option D strictly because, again, there are people in Ward 2, and I'm generalizing and I understand that, but generally when you walk down these streets in the morning or whatever, they don't really get the news advertiser. So if we're relying on a news advertiser as that advertiser approach, then actually like it was just, I'm back to my like no option. So if there's no appetite for D or C, which I understand there may not be, then I think option D would be preferable specifically for the ward, just so that more people could see specific messaging. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. So just looking at option B, there is the ability to deliver to homes that do not receive the news advertiser. Is that right, Ms. Jarvis?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, that is correct, yes.
Okay, and then my other question is, instead of doing it online, and then if people request a hard copy, we do it that way, could we flip that for option B, let's say, and we deliver a hard copy, but then there's an option in the letter that says to receive our next newsletter online, click, I don't know, send an email here or subscribe here some way. That way, the first option would be a hard copy at this particular cost, but it might reduce if people opt for online, the second delivery. Is that something that could be done?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, I absolutely see where you're going with that. And I think the thought process there makes a lot of sense. The part where I think that could cause a few challenges would be then us having to, we would then, of course, create a list of those households that did contact us. I am unsure if Metroland would be able to consolidate that list with their lists as well for their general paper routes. That is something I could take back to them, but I would be unable to answer that right now.
Okay, I appreciate that. If, yeah, maybe you could look into that a little bit more for us, please. And then I did have one other question along that same line, which has left my left my brain at the moment. So if it comes back, I'll ask. Thank you. That's it, Chair.
Are there any further questions? Yell at me if I can't see you all. No, if there aren't, I just have a comment. And I know that it's hard to understand in the age of electronics that we don't all have these devices. And that is because if you're on a fixed income, like many of our seniors are, they don't have access to the website. Also, as you age, it gets harder and harder to keep up with the technology. And it's pretty expensive to keep up with new technology as well. And as an inclusive community, I think we're going to have to recognize that there's never going to be a day when everybody has an electronic equipment, unless they come out with something that can, that everybody can afford to purchase and that everybody can read. So there's a lot of issues there. We're not there yet, that's for sure. And I think it's really important that we do have hard copies. I'm not opposed to expanding on the Ajax today and including that ward component. We did that previously, and I think the majority of people really appreciated it. They enjoyed it. So Councillor Bauer, do you have another comment?
Yes, if you don't mind, Chair Dice, for letting me back in, thank you. So I did remember my question, but your comment led to a second question. So my question would be, Devin, at the beginning, you said we have approximately 8,000 emails that if we went with online would get a copy of the newsletter. So if we wanted to try and make a combo of printed or the option to receive online, would it be possible for communications to start a blitz? Like if the first newsletter is not till January, it might be possible to really do a communication blitz and see if you could gather even more email addresses. Is that something that could be considered, or you don't think so?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, absolutely, that is something that could be considered. And regardless, I would be looking to be growing our email communication list this term.
Okay, thank you. And the other question, follow up to the chair, was if we wanted to try option D, could that be expanded to twice annually instead of once?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, for 2023, unfortunately, no, as we've budgeted a certain amount. However, for coming years in this term, that is a discussion that we could have at the staff level.
Okay, okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Chair.
So do you then need direction on this, as you've recommended that we go with the newsletter delivery option A? That's what the recommendation is in the report.
It would require an amendment, Chair.
Yeah. So you're going to take this back. So is anybody going to need to put forward an amendment on what they'd like to see? So there's option A, option B.
I'll move an amendment, Chair, that,
Sure.
let me just pull it up. The council approve ward constituent option D and include a ward specific section for each ward. Does that work, Devin?
Through the chair, yes, I believe that would work.
To the mover, if I may, can we also just include language for staff to examine the possibility of a twice annual newsletter effective 2024 onward?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Regional Councilor Crawford, do you have a question? Anybody have a question?
I don't think this is going to be big enough for, I've got a lot to say. So I don't think that a awards section thing is going to be big enough for what I got to say. So I'm still, I don't support this. I support option, oh, what is it? Option B, at the very least, option B, Metroland delivery. And with really ideally, I still think option C is still the best option. I have a great deal of senior. Ward 1 has a great deal of seniors. They, again, I'm just going to say it again. They like a hard copy. They want a hard copy. And if you mush everything together, it just makes it more and more difficult to actually read it. So I'm sure it would look lovely and Devin would make it look beautiful mushed together. But I feel like I got a lot to say. So no, I'm not supporting this.
Councillor Lee, Regional Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for Regional Councilor Crawford considering that. I thought I was the only one on the C island, so that's why I was acquiescing. But ultimately, I think C worked. I understand there's a cost involved. I understand that there's logistics involved, but like resoundingly, last term, like the feedback we got from the newsletter was that it was great. It was informative. It connected us with the residents in a really direct manner. No one really, people didn't like it. They did recycle it, but I think it's not an absolute of like climate emergency and then like no paper at all, because there's obviously other areas we could completely eliminate paper. I think this is the one instance as a council we can just say the importance of the information is equally important to our climate emergency declaration. So sorry, I wasn't aware there was an appetite for C, but for me, B is a non-starter only because I don't think enough of my residents get it. And even with this extra $1,800, I'm still not confident of that delivery mechanism. So if there's an appetite for C, I'm on board. Otherwise, D is my second pick. But thank you. That's my comment on the amendment. Thank you.
Well, we have an amendment on D. So to include, to look at examining twice per year, which is what we've done before. I believe we did that previously when we had the corporate newsletter.
I have my hand up.
Sorry, excuse me. One more question then, if I may, Chair. To staff, does this decision have to be made today, or can we like talk amongst ourselves and bring a final decision at the next council meeting? Because I think, like if we were to rank them, we all have different preferences, and I'm just afraid I'm gonna get my least favorite preference because I didn't communicate properly with my council colleagues.
So you're gonna make a deferral then?
I'm going to, assuming staff like this there's no pressing need that can't wait a week, hypothetically.
To me, Chair.
But
Yes.
the
If
amendment's on the floor
if
right
it's
now.
helpful, I only brought the amendment because it seemed to be sort of what most of us agreed on, and I was just trying to be helpful, but I have no problem removing that if Council Lee wants to refer this back for staff to look into it more based on
Thank
the
you.
discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Okay.
May I jump in?
Yes, you may jump in.
Thank you, Chair. So irregardless of whatever part we choose or whatever option we choose, we have to have the option of people opting out of the printing, which, right, every bill you get now, most people have really gone that way. So I think that speaks volumes. But the people that they wouldn't even know that that's an option if they're not connected. So we have to watch that we don't lose them on that part, right? Like, oh, you can opt in for printing. It almost should be like, okay, we're going to deliver these, but hopefully, 30,000 homes, maybe, like 26,000 homes say, no, we're good with electronic, so that we're not cutting down trees if we don't have to, and then magically get just the people that need them, so that they don't get thrown in the blue bin the second they get them. I don't know if that was helpful, but that's my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Regional, Councilor Crawford.
My thought is whether it goes into the blue bin, whether it's a local council or a ward council newsletter, or whether it's a new Ajax Today's, if it's going to hit the recycling bin, it's going to hit the recycling bin, regardless of what you put into it. So we've just raised the taxes to our seniors, and I don't want to take away anything that they really like. This is something they really liked. And I feel like we had a pretty good discussion around taxes and seniors and how their incomes are fixed at our ward meeting. And if this is something they like, I want to make sure that they get what they like. And that is what we're hearing. And I don't know why we have to, I'm sorry, I'm confused as to why we're referring this back to staff for another week.
If I may, Chair.
I think if you just 1 second, I think Ms. McClarty has something to say on this. Go ahead.
Through the chair, that's exactly what I was going to mention, that on any deferral, just for clarification, it would be great if you're providing direction as to what you would like staff to look at within the week, because I'm a little bit confused as to the direction on the deferral. If the deferral is simply for council to have time to think about this and understand what their colleagues want, that's great. You can defer that and make it until council on March 27th. That's fine, and we can be there to support and answer any questions you have. Again, I just would need direction if this was coming back for work on our part as staff between now and next week. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
So
Chair,
Regional Councilor Lee, yeah.
that was the intent of the motion, was I'm dead set against one specific option. I'm very open to the rest of them. And so I just don't want to pigeonhole myself without really speaking to the rest of you regarding what we feel is the best option. And then I don't want to, if option D, yeah, anyways. So that's the intent of the motion, is just give us one more week to just, poll each other to see which one is our preferences. Because that, my bad, I didn't do that, and I really should have.
Okay. Does that give you clarity, Ms. McClarty? Too many MCs.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the deferral is on the floor then to defer till the March 27th meeting, so that we have time to talk to staff and decide which option we feel is the appropriate one to go with. Is that good for everybody? All in favor? Any opposed? Don't hear any, so that's carried then. Thank you very much. Thanks for all your input on that. So the next one that was pulled is 4.2, and that was Mayor Collier.
Boy, if the first one took half an hour, this one's going to really go long.
No. You'll be fine.
Vaccination policy. Do I have the floor, Chair?
Yes, you do.
Just questions through you to staff, and I don't know whether it's to the CAO or who this would go to, or to HR, but we've got a policy in place. We didn't lay off a lot of people from our full-time. Do you know, Mr. Baker, how many full-time unionized staff were affected by the vaccination policy and were laid off?
I'm gonna have Madam Chair. I'm gonna have Mary Lou Cosentino answer that. She's
So through the chair, we did have a number of people that we had laid off throughout the policy. And then, of course, through enforcement of the policy, many of them had come back. At the end, there were 4 full-time employees who were actually terminated as a result of the policy.
Okay, and thank you for that. And part of through here, it says some other organizations have brought these people back to avoid grievances. Have we had grievances by the people that were affected by the policy that are no longer with the town?
Through the chair to the mayor, yes, we have. We are scheduled to go to arbitration in June.
so
How many?
4.
So all 4 have grieved it.
That's correct.
So through you, Madam Chair, without getting into too many specifics that maybe we should be discussing in camera so we can be more transparent. I think as the report notes, like we've obviously been taking advice from our legal counsel, who's been, providing legal counsel to a number of municipalities on this, and based on what has happened in other municipalities, specifically Toronto, their recommendation was that we move in this direction.
So what I'm trying to understand is, so we have 4 out of, 300 full-time staff who were affected by this. I don't know what their reasons were for not going with the policy, whether it was just medical, religious, personal beliefs, whatever it is. But I have to ask the question, do we want these people back at the town? If they can't follow our policies in this, what about other policies? And through arbitration, what would be the dollar value, potential loss or liability to the town?
Well, actually, through you, Madam Chair, the potential is that these people are reinstated by the arbitrator.
Okay. And I guess we don't have any background information what's happened in other municipalities. They've just removed the vaccination policy and let them come back.
I'll let Mary Lou answer that, but I do believe that based on what has happened in at least one arbitration, Mary Lou can confirm that the rest were advised that. So there's one ruling out there that basically said, as the report notes, that while the corporation has a right to set a vaccination policy, that termination was deemed to be excessive, and that we could have, put them on an unpaid leave, which, we can all have our own opinion of that and how that would work. But anyway, so basically the arbitrator was saying that the termination was too heavy-handed, and then he overturned it. He or she, I'm not sure if it would. Anyway, is that correct, Mary Lou? Is that?
Yes, so what all the other municipalities that have gone to arbitration, the arbitrator has upheld that the policy was reasonable. However, the terminations were not. And so as a result of that, particularly in Toronto, where they had hundreds of people that had been terminated as a result of their policy, they've brought them all back.
Okay. This is a tough one, because who knows where this is going to go? Who knows if COVID is going to come back? Who knows if we're going to have to do this again? I just, when you put a policy in place, let's look at it like a stop sign. You put a stop sign in place, it's very hard to take it away after, right? This is something we've got in place. It's done. It's accepted. By taking away, I think if we do have to go back again, if something does happen and there's another pandemic, for instance, it's going to be equally hard to bring it back out, rather just leave it in place. Just my thoughts.
Through you, Madam Chair. So this was obviously a big discussion amongst all municipalities as to how they wanted to play this, and we had a long discussion at the senior management team as well. And we believe that instead of watering down our policy, which some municipalities have done, I think the city of Toronto has said that they highly encourage it. Well, I would rather not revise the policy, but rather pause the policy or suspend it in case we do need it again, in which case we would bring it back and we would enforce it, but we would not enforce it to the level of termination. We would do what the arbitrator has already ruled, which is put them on an unpaid leave. The problem with that is, and I think it's unfair to municipalities, is how long are these people on an unpaid leave, and what do you do with that hole in your organization? That's the problem.
Exactly right.
But arbitrators don't seem to really have too much concern about that. So, but anyway, that's what we would do with this policy. Is we would bring it back as is if we felt that it was needed, and or ordered by the province. But we would follow the criteria that the arbitrators have set out in their awards.
And that's exactly the issue, Mr. Baker, is if we put somebody on unpaid leave, we can't backfill that position. We're left with a vacancy for the entire term. And so I personally don't see that as I think that makes us reasonable, because we, again, have an obligation to provide the service levels. And if we're missing 4 people, say from operations on our snow removal team or something like that, it makes it difficult to run the organization. So I guess I'll leave it with that. I mean, if that's your recommendation, fine. I agree with not watering down the policy with but if we do need to bring it back again, bring it back again. No, I'll leave it there. Thank you. Oh, one last thing. Sorry, I remembered. Is there any guarantee? I mean, how do we know these grievances are going to go away?
Well, so what's being recommended is that we now sit down with with CUPE and we discuss the reintroduction of these individuals, and based on the grievances going away, as you say.
Well, I don't want to remove the policy and then we go and have the sit down with CUPE and find out, no, we're still going ahead with the grievances and we haven't actually changed anything by lapsing our policy.
No, the CUPE's issue is not whether or not there's a policy in place. CUPE's issue, the grievance, is that we have terminated employees and they want them back.
Okay, so can we do this in such a way as that discussion happens and we basically say to them, we'll bring you back and then we'll remove the policy?
I have a plan in place, Mr. Mayor. We will definitely make sure that we facilitate the both things, that we're recommending to suspend the policy and negotiate with CUPE. I think the manager of HR has already had some initial discussions with him. Also, it's what's being recommended by our solicitor, and this is what the agreement has been in other municipalities as well. So I don't foresee any issues with it.
I appreciate it if you could report back to council after those discussions and what the outcome is, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you,
Councillor
Chair.
Bauer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to understand, what is the repercussion of leaving this policy in place as is?
Who are you directing your question to?
Whoever could answer it. Maybe,
CEO?
Mr.
Baker, can you answer that?
The policy right now is very strict in saying that we require everybody to be fully vaccinated. The problem is that, what does fully vaccinated mean right now? For instance, and Mary Lou can fill in some more later, but right now, for instance, proof of vaccination, if you want to fly to the United States, proof of vaccination is that you have to have your first 2 vaccinations. Well, those first 2 vaccinations mean nothing anymore. So the problem is that the policy really doesn't have any teeth at all right now, and it doesn't make any sense to be in place. But I will ask Mary Lou to kind of fill in the piece that is being recommended as to why our solicitors are recommending that it be removed or suspended.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So through the chair, once again, is primarily is because of the different arbitration awards that have been awarded. Less and less in this environment. It's more, or rather more and more in this environment, municipalities across Ontario are all doing the exact same thing, where policies are being maintained are in settings like long-term care. But in the municipal sector, it's not being maintained. So it's very difficult for us. And so we wanted to suspend this policy, as CAO Baker said, so that we can move forward with these discussions and we can deal with the outstanding issues that we currently have. And as he had also mentioned, that we would reintroduce this policy should the environment change. So should there be another pandemic or another issue such as the one that we had, then we would reintroduce it. Yes, having employees here who were vaccinated a year and a half ago is probably not effective anymore anyway. And that's also another reason why legal counsel is suggesting that we suspend the policy.
Through you, Madam Chair, also just if I can fill in. So our policy is very strict. It basically says that you must be fully vaccinated. So what does that mean today? We would have to redefine that. So we'd be getting into revising the policy. And our policy says that you will be basically disciplined up to and including termination. Well, that's something that's really, in our view, and the senior management team's view, is not necessary at this time. That's not mandated to the province, what all of the municipalities are doing. So it's not necessary to have such a strict policy in place at this time. If COVID rises back up again, then we will reinstate the policy. We'll come back to council and ask for approval to reinstate it.
Okay, thank you. So does this policy, as it stands right now, mean when the hiring practice is happening, that you are requiring candidates to provide proof of vaccination as part of the hiring process? And if we suspend this policy, that requirement will no longer be needed? Is that?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you for explaining. Those were my questions, Chair.
Thank you. Regional Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think CAO Baker really nailed it. I have had 4 shots and still got COVID. So I would say that it doesn't seem to matter how many shots you get. It does lessen the effect of it, I assume. But I think that what does fully vaccinated mean? And I also think that because somebody chose not to get vaccinated doesn't necessarily mean that they're a bad employee. So, you know, the idea that we only terminated 4 people doesn't necessarily mean they were bad people. They just went against a policy that was put in, I believe, as a gut reaction and to the situation that we were trying to deal with at that time. And there's a lot of reasons why people chose not to be vaccinated. It didn't keep me from getting COVID, and I think most of us did end up getting COVID. So I don't even know if my 4 shots are good for anything at this point, except for a piece of paper that said, I win, I got 4. So I agree with suspending the policy. And I think that, you know, we're in a situation where we need to hire people and we need to fill positions. And I don't think that we want to create more barriers to being able to get the right people in place. That's just my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Henry.
Hi, yes. After hearing, first of all, what the mayor said was very compelling. I have to say that. And I understand where he's coming from. It made a lot of sense. But after hearing what the CAO said and the legalities behind it, and sorry, through the chair to the CAO, I did want to ask, you mentioned Toronto dropping its policy. Do we know what's been done here in Durham Region as far as the other municipalities, or has this come to the table yet in their municipalities?
So through you, Madam Chair, I'll have Mary Lou answer that. We did ask Human Resources to do a survey of the Lakeshore municipalities.
Through the chair to Councillor Henry. Yes, we did do a survey, and for the most part, everybody has either rescinded or suspended their policies. With the exception, I believe Durham, the region of Durham actually changed their policy to strongly encourage the same way that Toronto did. So they have, the Lakeshore municipalities that we had surveyed have all suspended their policies and brought people back.
So are we being asked today to suspend the policy? Like, we're not being asked to get
Correct.
rid of it totally. We could bring it back if we need to be. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, then that makes sense to me. That makes total. Double vaxxed, couldn't get another one, had an allergy attack, got COVID really bad this year. So I'm pro-vax, but I see where this is going. And thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
Are there any further questions? So then the recommendation is to approve the suspension of the town's vaccination policy. All in favor? Are there any opposed? I can't see anybody, so if you're opposed, please speak up.
Did we have a mover, Chair?
No, it's a recommendation. Sorry, you're right.
Right, but do we need a mover?
Yeah,
for the
I'm
recommendation,
sorry.
correct? No. Happy to move it, if that.
Okay, the recommendation, all right, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's carried, thank you. So moving on to 4.3, which was pulled by Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. Let me find my notes on this. Oh, just very minor, and I brought this up to finance already, but I just wanted to bring this up because I don't see it in the policy. If I missed it, my apologies. Probably to Ms. Valentin, perhaps, or Mary Lou. But with regards to, so if you opt into this plan, then your contributions, currently we have an RSP plan where we get a check in January. If we opt into OMERS, then your contributions are made on a bi-weekly basis, I believe, through payroll. However, if you opt out, I understand you'll still get a check in January. Is that correct, Ms. Valentin?
Through the chair, I can answer that. Thank you. Through the chair to Mayor Collier. We are working on the remuneration bylaw right now, which will stipulate how that is going to be paid. We are, I have been in discussions with the CAO on how this will work, but you're correct. The OMERS payments are paid regular basis to OMERS. And we have in the past only done RSP as a lump sum contribution at the end of the year. I am looking at the viability of doing that at different times, not only annually, but there may be some tax implications on that I'm still trying to determine.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that this is on the radar. Again, I don't think, and I haven't even asked my council colleagues who's opting in and who's opting out. I have no idea who's opting in and who's opting out. I am opting out, but I think consideration needs to be given to basing dollar costing, averaging those for those opting out. If you get a check in January, it's actually disservice versus those who opt in and get it on the bi-weekly basis based on fluctuation in the market. So I just want to make sure that's on the radar, and we'll follow up with that conversation later. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Happy to move this.
Are there any other questions or comments? I just have one from Ms. Valentin. I did speak with somebody at OMERS who made it quite clear that all of us had to opt in, including the head of council. Is that correct?
To you, Madam Chair. That is not the understanding right now. So and Ms. Constantino can jump in as well if I've missed anything, but what this current bylaw is doing, and there were changes to OMERS as of January 1st, 2023. The OMERS bylaw that's before you today will allow current councillors the ability to opt into OMERS, and any new councillors after that January 1st, 2023 effective date would be mandated to opt into the plan.
Right.
However, since counselors were elected back in October, before the effective date, you still have that option. Any new counselor moving forward would have to opt in.
Okay, thank you, because there's some confusion around that. All right, any further questions, Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair. So once this bylaw, if this bylaw is approved, then the next step would be for any counselor to confirm if they are going to opt in, or is that, or is,
yes.
what is the next step?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, yes, that is correct. Once the OMERS bylaw has been passed, then we will be reaching out to members of council to gauge their interest in participating in the plan. And if they decide to participate in the plan, then we would enroll them and commence the advised payroll accordingly.
Okay, and when would the effective date be for that?
The effective date would be January the 1st of 2023.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anything further?
I have a quick question, Madam Chair.
Sorry, I can't see you.
It's Rob.
Councillor
Councillor Tyler
Tyler.
Moore. Yes.
Thank you.
6-4, Ward 1. The question through you, Madam Chair, to, I believe, our manager of HR services, Mary Lou. You just said to Councillor Bauer that it would be retroactive back to January 1st. Would there then be a lump sum that would need to be contributed by each contributing person that's buying in or opting in? And that would come off our pay? Was that how that would work to make up for, let's say, January, February, March, and maybe April, until it gets into a regular flow? Or did I just answer my question?
Ms. Constantino?
Yeah, through the chair to Tyler Moore, and yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
If I may, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I believe that there's an option to also opt in at a different effective date, but it can't be. It's as of January 1st, but if you opt in for like April 1st, I think that is viable as well.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments on the issue? Hearing none, I need a mover to approve the recommendation.
Mayor
Councillor
Collier moved it, I
Talleyrand,
believe.
all in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Okay, for the next one that was pulled was 4.5, Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. This is, I believe, the Dash Cam Award. So I think I questioned this when it was at budget. And when it was at budget, it was for an amount of, let me find it in my notes, $275,000. And at the time, I think I pulled up a couple of dash cams on Amazon and suggested we could have done this in-house for probably $50,000 quite easily. Nothing wrong with the one in my cars. They work fine. Now we ballooned from 275,000 to 671,000, which is more than 100%, almost 150% increase. I don't really see the value in this. At the time I was questioned, I was told, I believe it was by the director of operations, I believe, I don't remember exactly, that, you know, it was going to help with a number of these things. That quite honestly, I can't support this at $671,000. I think 2.5 times the budget is ridiculous in my opinion for something like this. And I'm not going to support it unless the director, somebody can give me some real compelling argument of why we should be spending this much money on the, I don't remember the number of vehicles we have, but it was not a huge number, like 100 and something, I think. It seems pretty expensive to me. I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I also had Councillor Henry.
Thank you. So my question to the director is similar to Mayor Collier's is, and I'm looking at the notes here. Can you, through the chair to the director, can you explain how this helps with fleet management and particularly with regards to snow and how this is going to help?
Mr. Meredith.
Chair. Yes, through the chair to both Councillor Henry and Mayor Collier. I think it's in the report, we've identified a number of benefits, obviously, to the technology that we are seeking. Currently, the system and GPS technology that we currently have in place is not effective. We rely on it for a number of things, and I'll speak first and foremost from a risk management perspective. Obviously, from having updated and current and reliable GPS data in terms of defending the numerous claims that we receive, whether it's sidewalks, trails, roads, and having the data and information that GPS provides is extremely valuable from a risk management perspective as it relates to having the information to defend our claims from a legal perspective. Second, with respect to customer service, as you know, and as we receive the numerous calls that we do receive, this ties directly to what was formerly known as the Track My Plow, which, as you can appreciate, over the last couple of years has not been effective. And this new technology will provide a current, modern, and reliable information piece and communication piece that will provide that level of service on our website to our residents. It also allows us to verify, validate times when plows went by and serviced a particular area. It allows us to get information on driver information in terms of, you know, in the event of an incident or an accident, the speed that they're traveling, the amount of salt that's being applied, whether their plow is up or down. Lots of valuable information that we use from a reporting perspective to deal with sort of the driver training side of things. I did speak to the salt management side of things, and it also provides us information as it relates to how we utilize our fleet, not just in winter, year round. We obviously look at having current mileage rates and current driving patterns that staff, not only in operations, but other parts of the organization, what their patterns are like and how we're able to utilize and rotate our vehicles around within the fleet itself. And I think I spoke specifically on validating and verifying levels of service. So it provides us that opportunity to provide that level of verification sort of within the municipality. So from an operations perspective, there's an absolute significant benefit in terms of the information and reporting capabilities that we rely on, and without would struggle to provide some information that we feel is critical to our operations.
So let me ask you a follow-up question while I still have the floor. With regards to the snow plows in particular, we have contract and we have our own Town of Ajax snow plows. Would this equipment be in the contract plows as well?
They are in the contracts. They were a requirement of the tender when we awarded the contract 2 years ago. So our contractors are equipped with this technology.
And are we, because I'm new, excuse my ignorance on this, but I am going to ask this question. For the contract plows, are they used in other municipalities or are they used strictly for our municipality? Like we don't own them, right? The town doesn't own the contract plows, the contractor owns those, correct?
Correct. And that's the reason that we've entered into a 7-year contract, because of the cost associated with the capital outlay, that you generally have a longer term commitment to cover those capital costs. So they are new pieces of equipment that were purchased specifically for the Town of Ajax contract, but they are owned by the contractor. And stored at our yard.
Oh, they are stored at our yard. Okay, so they're not, it's not as if they're using them for multiple municipalities. So the equipment we're putting in their machinery is only used for our municipality purposes, correct?
It's dedicated Town of Ajax equipment. That is correct.
Okay, and to the mayor's point, which was a good point, the cost difference between what we would have in our own personal vehicles to that of what you're putting in these commercial vehicles and the cost difference. For instance, is there a different, my husband's in the car industry. So I'm gonna ask, because we can, like the mayor and myself, we could buy something, put it in our own vehicle, install it ourselves, very easy peasy, or have a third party come in and do it. But for this type of commercial style vehicles, I would assume it would be a different type of situation where it would be more difficult to have it installed by staff themselves to go in and install it as you would a vehicle of your own. You would need to have it installed professionally, correct?
Yeah, we're really comparing apples and oranges here. When we go through this process, when you're dealing with the fleet, the size of the towns, the requirements, the reporting requirements, the IT requirements, and how it all gets coordinated and centralized, both from the software and operator software and hardware as well as from an operations perspective. It's much more sophisticated than doing one for an individual vehicle that you may have yourself. What we did is we really did a two-step process where we did a request for information before we went for a request for proposal. So the RFI really allows us to see what's in the marketplace, get an idea of, sort of the changes in technology, how it's being utilized in other municipalities, what there is out there. And then from that, develop a request for proposal, of which we received 3 proposals and went through the evaluation process. So it was roughly close to a 1-year process to go through the RFI, the RFP process to develop the specs that we require that would meet our long-term needs, and prepared the bid documents accordingly.
And the previous equipment that's installed now, because we do have this equipment, is it the same equipment or similar equipment that's installed currently?
Our current system is about 13 years old right now, and it is not something that we can rely on from an operations perspective, both from a service provider as well as the actual technology that we have. It doesn't give us the information, doesn't provide the reliability that we require.
And with changing technology, what would be the lifespan of this equipment that you're looking to purchase, roughly? Are we looking at 13 years? Are we looking at 4 years? What are we looking at?
I would suggest, because we are looking at I believe it's a 6-year contract. When you look at the award, we've got 4 or 5 annual 1-year renewals. Our expectation is that you would generally, our thoughts would be in a 6 to 10 year timeframe is what we'd be looking at in terms of this technology being good and useful from a town perspective.
And because it's under contract, would it be that if the equipment was not working and we could not track a plow, would they replace that equipment? Is there a contingency in that?
Yes, that's why we do have, and as part of this award is the operating side of things. So it's not just purchasing the capital equipment and then, sort of we've inherited it and are responsible to maintain it. There's an annual operating cost that they provide the technical support. They store the data and information that we retain for when we have a legal claim that we need to follow up on. So no, it is a ongoing support that the service provider would provide.
Which is different from what we have now, correct?
Yes, it's in terms of the level of support that we provide and the level of sophistication and reporting that we're looking for. Yes, we have minimal support with our existing system in place.
So the residents of all of Ajax could expect, if this equipment was purchased and installed, they could expect accurate, timely snowplow tracking that they can see of where the plow is and when it's coming to their street, correct?
Correct. What would happen, because we did ask this question, generally there's about a 15-minute lag from when, so you're within about 15 minutes in terms of its accuracy of being recorded on the street. So typically as it goes by, it's recorded and would be identified in the Track My Plow sort of within a 15-minute sort of tolerance.
Excellent. All right. I think you've answered all the questions I have for now. Thank you so much for your time.
Councillor Tyler Moran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are through you to our Director of Operations, Mr. Meredith. So before I get into any comments, this is question period. So I'll just say, asking you, so the cost for this 600 or what was the cost? What was the ask, please? Again, roughly?
Approximately $700,000.
$700,000. Okay. So is that a one-time cost for the 6 to 10 year period you stated to my colleague, Councillor Henry? Is it?
You'll see part of the recommendation is also additional one-year contracts that are built into our operating budget as well.
Okay, so I was going to say, so
Yep.
the operating costs come out of the regular operating budget, just stating for the record here. And how many vehicles do we have? Mayor Collier stated, it didn't state, but he suggested 100. Is that how many vehicles ish? 120?
I'd probably say it would be closer in the 200 range in terms of what we would be looking for.
Okay,
in terms of
so
number of
200,
vehicles.
let's just call it 200 vehicles. And out of that, how many vehicles are snow-related vehicles?
Some of them are multi-purpose. So there are some pieces of equipment that we use in the winter and the spring and summer events. You know, I could get you like an actual.
No,
number.
maybe if I may, if not, just maybe an easier question is, when a snowfall hits, how many vehicles go out, including the contracted one? Maybe 40, 30?
Well, from as far as roads go, we've got approximately 22 routes. So that's typically your large trucks with plows. Then we have our pickups that will do parking lots and trails. And then we'll have our sidewalk equipment that will do sidewalks and trails as well. So yeah, if you were all in, I don't think you'd be too far off if you said 40.
Yeah, we can even say a quarter of the vehicles are snow related. Let's just say, for argument's sake. So I know that for us and for we want this. Of course, we would want this, and and have a good tracking plow system. A lot of residents ask us for it. There's no doubt about it. We also understand, well, I should say, I understand the difference between like pro-consumer and then all the way up to actual commercial grade. I understand that. I also understand when you look at the cost here. So it's not, I had it at, pretty high, almost $7,000 a vehicle, but it's about $3,500 a vehicle. But because this number is sort of a whopper number now, I wonder if there's a door number 3 option where we can say, okay, let's outfit the 50 vehicles that we know are going to be part of the snow event. Start with that. It's a question. I don't want to get into your business. And then, the other 150 vehicles, do we really need to spend $3,500 on all of them? Like, I understand internally, there's probably good reasons why you want that. It's just a question. Like, because then our cost would drop down to $150,000 ish when we outfit all the snow vehicles, we put up the snow map, everybody's happy.
I guess I'd answer that in one of 2 ways. First of all, from a bid document perspective, that would be or deemed to be a substantial change from the document that we issued to the street. So we would not be allowed to make that type of an adjustment, sort of based on the document that was bid upon. There would be, in all likelihood, I don't think it's necessarily, there's going to be fixed costs, whether they're tied to hardware that would be required, that you need to look at the pricing structure of how the bid was built.
I understand.
So I understand the math that you made, but it doesn't equate 1-to-1 necessarily.
I understand
at the pricing.
Yeah, if I may, I guess you're saying that, yeah, if you say, hey, you get to do 200 vehicles, and all of a sudden say, actually, we're only going to need you to do 50. Obviously, they're going to recoil. Okay, I'll leave it at that at this time.
Thank you.
If I could
Sorry.
I'm just verifying from numbers. I just sent something to our fleet section. So there's 154 vehicles. To answer your question, we'd sort of had provided that estimate of 200. It's actually 154, and about 70 of them are or have winter control capabilities in terms of their in terms of their impact.
Yeah, and that's
just to clarify numbers.
Yeah, no, that's cool. And you know, we all know it's about 10 snow days a year, which really it's only about 6. It's a lot of money. I'm just wondering if there's a door number 3, because I understand, you know, it's not, I don't want to compare apples with oranges, but when you're at home and you hear these numbers and you're going, geez, for like 10%, I could get one that all my friends would be saying, that seems really expensive for my own personal car. If I spent $600 on my own personal car, everybody would say to all my buddies would go, geez, that's a lot of money on a GPS. This is 90% more than that. So I'm sure you can relate to that, right? From our perspective, it seems like a lot of money. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Director Meredith. My question might be a little bit similar to Councillor Tyler Moran, but if there was an approved budget for $275,000, has there been or could there be discussion where how many dash cams could actually be purchased for that amount, and then it run as a pilot to see if this is, you know, if it does what you are hoping, expecting it to do, and then the remainder could be outfitted in the next budget process. Does that make any sense, or that's not it? It doesn't.
Mr. Meredith?
Yeah, what we would, I guess normally what we would do in that case is you'd normally have to cancel this bid document, because you'd be looking at a substantive change and reissuing something. There are options, because we have both the AVL and the JPS. We do also have the dash cams. That is, you know, a piece that we don't currently have. So there are a couple of options in terms of how we could look at this. We could look at just the AVL/GPS sort of replacements or additions and removing the dash cams. That's, again, not something we would recommend, but I'm just providing options to council in terms of what may be available. But yeah, there's a couple of things that we would need to take away, but we would definitely have to cancel this document and look at reissuing something in a different format.
Because could it be possible that, let's say this was approved and all of this equipment was installed on the expectation that it will do what the vendor has told you it would do, and then let's say it doesn't and it fails, then what would happen?
Well, I guess that's part of the RFP process.
Yeah, I guess.
Is us going through, you know, understanding the technology. We're obviously not the first ones. We've spoken to a number of other municipalities that are using the technology. So that's part of the process, is us understanding and feeling comfortable with the vendor from a service delivery perspective. And we've done that through the RFP process. There are terms and conditions in the agreement that they would need to comply with, but we do feel comfortable with their level of expertise and service that they would provide.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions, Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. Just to try and wrap it up. I mean, good comments, good questions, and a lot of emphasis on snow. But let's not forget, snow is 10 days a year out of 365. And residents being able to track where a snowplow is really a nice to have or a want to have, not a need to have. And we just went through a pretty substantial budget process, and we all understand the pressures on our capital budget system. And we're going to have a follow-up meeting after this to discuss some changes to our dividends and other income that funds our capital budget. And we just brought in almost 4% of additional increases this year for our asset maintenance and our stormwater maintenance. So I look very closely at the wants to have versus the needs to have. I think a lot of this, like not driver training, but I mean, in the event of an accident, that's why I have dash cams, because if I get a ticket or if I get something, I want that evidence of my GPS, where I am, what speed I'm doing, and what happened front and back. And I have that in all my vehicles. I think that can be done It's not the same. I'm not saying it's the same. And I'm not saying this wouldn't be really great to have really good data. I just can't support $671,000 for it based on the other factors that we have to deal with and explain in good conscience to residents how this is good use of our tax money. That's just my opinion. So I won't be supporting it, but I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henry.
Yes, to the director, question, and it might go to the CEO, I'm not sure who. Let's say hypothetically, a plow hits a vehicle on the street or in a driveway. Roughly, claim-wise, to get that vehicle fixed, we're looking at what amount? It could be anywhere from a couple thousand to 10,000, depending on the damage of it, because a snowplow is quite large. Yes,
Through you, Madam Chair, obviously, we wouldn't be able to answer. It depends on what they hit and how much damage there is and whether there's property damage to the homeowner and to our vehicle as well. But to your point, generally, to your point, obviously, and as to what the mayor was mentioning as well, one of the main reasons why municipalities are doing this is to relieve liability on the municipality, which is a hit to our insurance and our insurance costs as well too. Actually, I have a question for the director that may be helpful, or maybe to Diane Valentin. Is there a relief to our insurance costs by installing these dash cams?
Through the chair, the insurance costs are escalating quite dramatically. I'm not sure this will decrease it, but it helps us in investigations. It is important that we do have proper tracking of our equipment and vehicles to ensure that we have proper defense in our insurance claims.
thank you to the CEO, because that was actually my next question. So you asked it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments? Regional Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious through you to Director Valentine, wasn't this in our budget we just approved?
Through the chair, I believe it's a 2021 budget item.
So the numbers that the mayor was quoting, the 250,000, I believe he said, was from 2021.
The $275,000.
Okay,
yes,
sorry.
Was a 2021 item.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Can I have somebody move the recommendation?
Sorry, Chair, I just had one very quick question.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This equipment can be moved if, as fleet needs to be replaced, this equipment can be transferred to new fleet, right?
First of all, to answer the question, yes, that is correct. We would also be specifying within future capital projects that this equipment would come with. So anything we add to our fleet would come with the same level of equipment. I want to just add that the focus has been on operations, but when we talk about fire and emergency services and bylaw services as well, the dash cams and that provide that level of safety and comfort. So it's not, although we're the lead from an operations perspective, there are other departments, whether it's building inspectors, bylaw officers, and fire and emergency services, that will also benefit from the technology that we don't currently have as well. So there is a larger benefit to the organization beyond operations from a risk management and safety perspective as well.
Thank you very much.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Apologize to my colleagues for coming back in. So maybe this is not a fair question through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Meredith, but can we look at the scenario of this, if this doesn't get approved today, so you wake up tomorrow morning, you're back at work, and you say, okay, we've got to figure this out. Are you going to then, what would that look like? Would you look at going back into the toolbox and saying, okay, let's figure this out? Can we do it for?
Sorry, point of order, Chair. That's not
not fair?
appropriate to this item.
Okay.
We can't be what ifing this here. Sorry.
Okay. Fair enough.
Councillor Henry.
through you, Chair, to operations, one follow-up question. When you mentioned other departments, that of bylaw, and I don't know if this goes to bylaw operations, but we know, and correct me if I'm wrong, that when bylaw is dealing with complaints, sometimes they're put in danger. And this equipment, am I understanding this correctly, that this equipment is similar to that of what police wear as a dash cam, but for the vehicle to provide a view of what happened at a scene if something does transpire? Would that be an accurate assumption?
Picked up the dash cam video evidence from this attached to the vehicle.
Yes.
They're not wearing it.
No, I realize that. I realize that. But if the incident, like if one of the bylaw or are doing their job and it's involving another vehicle and there's an incident, you have all that footage to use, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Is there anything further? So we have a recommendation. Can I have a mover, please? In favor? Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? And you have to tell me if you're opposed. I know I can see you, Mayor Collier. Is there anybody else?
Opposed?
Okay, thank you.
No.
So that's carried. Thank you. So we're moving on now to 4.6. Mayor Collier, you have the floor.
Almost done. I'm glad to see this coming forward. I guess my question is, why has it, I think we got this grant 3 years ago. Is that accurate?
Correct. It was a 2019 application in 2019 numbers that was submitted in 2020. That's correct.
Okay, and I believe I've asked about this a few times, and my concern was going to be, guess what? This is going to come in, well over budget, and guess what? It's come in 50% over budget. I have to assume this is because of the 3-year delay it's taken to get us to this point. I'm wondering, why is it taking us 3 years to get to this point? I mean, to me, this could have been, and don't blame COVID, because we were still building things during COVID.
So I'd say we've been probably about a year and a half to 2 years in the design and approval process from when we retained. We brought forward the report to retain the design consultants, both from a facility and a cricket pitch perspective, going through the design process, going through the site plan process, sort of over the last, probably closer to a year and a half has been the time frame. I could get you the actual dates, but that's generally the process to go through the detailed design and the necessary approvals.
So, but that, Mr. Mayor, this still didn't start for a year and a half after we got the grant.
Correct.
We got the grant 3 years ago, and it's taken us a year and a half to go through the approval process. Why was there that year and a half break between getting the grant and going through the process?
Yeah, again, it's my understanding that the timeframes had always been conveyed to be this. The grant funding is eligible and is good until 2027. We looked at it from a work plan perspective in terms of where cricket was and trying to coordinate it with them from a timing perspective to minimize the disruption to their season. So there's been ongoing conversations on that front. And where it fit into our work plan has always been sort of during the 2023 season.
Okay, well, I don't mean any disrespect, but this disruption to their season honestly is minor to me for a $1.362 million over budget item. I would have rather personally disrupted their season, and I think they would have understood. I'm going to support this because it's good leveraging of tax dollars. We're going to get a $4.393, almost a $4.4 million facility for $1.3 million, which to me is good use of tax dollars. However, I would have much rather had a $3 million facility for 0 tax dollars, which is what I feel we could have gotten had we gotten on this very quickly. Maybe there's other circumstances, I don't know. But I guess what I want is some assurance that for any future grants that we get for projects, we control the planning department. We know that we can assist the province in building a 300-bed long-term care home in a year if we really put our minds to it and really get it going. I don't want to see any delays in projects where it's going to come back at a 50% overage and that's almost any project will do that in today's day and age, whether it's supply chain, labor, materials, cost of land. We could keep going. Is there a process in place now that makes sure that when we get these grant monies that we can go on them right away?
You know, from an operation, sorry, I was gonna let Cass sort of chime in to see if she had anything from a grant perspective, but normally when we do submit an information, or we do submit a grant application, we understand sort of the timelines, how it fits into our project, what departments need to be involved. So we do have that process internally and we convey, because I know Ms. Cruciano, who may want to chime in, has reporting requirements in terms of providing updates to the provincial or federal government as well. But Ms. Cruciano, if you have anything to add.
Thank you, Director Meredith, and through the chair to the mayor. Yeah, the thing with these grants is they oftentimes are dropped on us with very little notice. We don't get a lot of runway. Sometimes we have, 2 to 6 weeks to get an application in. Which in this case has been, yes, we did apply for the grant in 2019. We waited almost 8 months before it was approved. And so, yes, we do prioritize projects wherever possible. And usually we look at the capital budget, we look at the kind of wish list that we have and what is feasible within a calendar year. In this case in particular, we did always kind of expect that construction would be in 2023. And I think, and Director Meredith kind of spoke to this, that the cost at the time, we tried our best to estimate the cost of that, but we can't, it's a bit of an imperfect system. So I agree with you. It's a great use of tax dollars, and where we can prioritize and accelerate projects with grant funding, we try our best to do so. But this ISIP, these Investing in Canada infrastructure grants are somewhat anomalous because they, we normally don't get 6 or 7 or 8 years to spend grant funding. That normally it doesn't happen. So normally we wouldn't have this kind of timeline runway to fit projects in. But yeah, it is prioritizing these projects, using the budget, using, available resources within a year is always the priority and will continue to be that way.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And if we had a crystal ball and we could apply for grant funding based on what we think it's going to be in 3 years, no problem, but we don't have that option. So let's move forward. I'm going to be happy to see this in place. I hope it's completed by the end of this term. I trust it will be. And hopefully future projects can get going very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further?
I'm happy to move it, Chair.
That's great. Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, I'm sorry,
Yes.
my raise hand button wasn't working. If I can jump in for just one
Of
moment.
course.
Thank you. So just as a point of clarification, the 1.3 million that is requested as additional funding is coming from the Canada Community Building Fund. It's not tax-based dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mayor Collier, you've moved the recommendation. All in favor? Are there any opposed? Shout out. Okay, thank you. That's carried. So we're moving on to item 4.7. Mayor Collier? You
This
pulled
is an
that
easy one. There is a
Okay.
motion coming that council's been circulated to council next week with regards to looking at debenturing versus upfront purchasing of vehicles over 100,000. We discussed it during budget. My question is, if we approve this today, is it going to be bought cash, or is it going to fall under a potential new policy that we might be bringing forward in a week?
Can answer that through the chair to Mayor Collier.
Sure.
The funding of the vehicle can still be altered if the policy is changed. So we would, So that shouldn't prohibit us from moving forward with this.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank
you,
you.
Chair.
Counselor Henry, you had a question?
I do. So my question, I have a few questions. I'll keep it short. First question is, this truck, this brine truck, how many of these do we currently have roughly? Operations through the chair?
Ooh, just trying to think off that. I do actually have the fleet manager and supervisor on the line that they might be able to provide. I believe that we have 2 brine trucks that have been older repurposed vehicles. So this would be a third.
Oh, this is not a replacement. This is an addition to. Correct?
So I'm just looking at the.
Sorry, I can answer it for Director Meredith. It is an additional vehicle that's funded through development charges.
Through development charges. So there would be an additional staff required for this?
No, we would utilize existing resources to fill this seat.
Okay, and is the brine truck is the one that preps the road before the snow, is that correct?
You'd actually see the liquid brine applied to really prevent the formation of ice on the roads. So it allows for roads to be cleared much easier when it doesn't. It allows and ensures that it doesn't adhere as strongly to the roadway. So the application of brine makes it easier to remove the material.
And is this for major arterial roads or the subdivision roads?
The focus is on.
Sorry, Chair, point of order. This is not about our procedures. This is about purchasing a brine truck. Yes or no?
I'll allow it. If you can ask your question, Counselor Henry. Go ahead.
Actually, that was the only question I had left.
It mostly gets applied to our collector and arterials, but we will apply it to our local roads at certain situations as well. But our focus is on collector and arterials.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? So I need a mover for the recommendation. Can't see any hands if someone wants to move it. Counselor Henry, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, it's carried. Thank you. So we're going now to 4.10, Regional Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My only question on this one is, have these applications been reported to the province, and can they work against the requirements of Bill 23?
There's someone that can answer that question.
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford, these applications have not been reported to the province, and I believe that the housing pledges for anything in 2023 and beyond.
Okay. Oh, and I did have one more question. One of the places that was mentioned on here was the townhouse complex on 105 Roslyn Road. It's still listed as Katina Developments. I'm pretty sure there's a new sign up there. I think that property may have been sold to someone else. Just as a heads up.
Okay.
I can't remember the name of it, but I think it's been sold to someone else.
Covered. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
You want to move this one? Move to receive? Okay, all in favor?
Oh, sorry, my hand is up, Chair.
Sorry, I couldn't see you. Go ahead.
I just want to ask, of the increase in permits for residential, I am glad to see a large increase in residential because we haven't really seen that since 2005. How much of that is high density? Do we know that?
I don't have through the chair to Mayor Collier, I don't have an exact number, but a couple of these buildings you'll see presented on here will be the medallion buildings at Harwood and Bailey. So there's a couple there that are high density. Okay. A lot of them would not be.
Do these numbers include the other medallion development up on Roslyn?
These numbers are really just the permits that were issued in 2022. And there's some notes about projection for 2023.
Okay. I just, it's interesting. We are pushing very hard to have more different types of residential inventory, especially more affordable, high density. So I guess 2023 numbers, I'm guessing they are going to be pretty impressive compared to these ones. Just a guess, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay, we have a mover. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried then. Thank you very much. We're going to 4.11, Regional Councillor Crawford.
I actually have no questions on this. I pulled it
No
by
que-
mistake, sorry.
That's okay. So we have one presentation today, and I believe Mr. Richardson is doing the presentation for the environmental sustainability projects and programs. Is that correct?
That's correct. Chair Dies.
Great. Nice to see you.
You too. I'll just load up here.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk, can you allow me to share my screen, please?
You should now have the capability.
Thank you. All right, thank you for having me today. Today, I'm going to be giving my annual update on all of our environmental sustainability initiatives. Today, I will be giving, I have 2 items within the agenda. So the first is the annual update on environmental sustainability projects and programs, and that's included as report number PDS 2023-05 in your agenda today. The second is a detailed update and some recommendations associated with the corporate ban on single-use plastics, which is included as report PDS 2023-06 in your agenda today. So I will be spending a bit of time on that. So the town of Ajax collaborates across all of our divisions and with several external stakeholders to develop and implement environmental sustainability projects and programs. I've listed in the outline here some of the programs I'll be talking about today. And it's important to note at this point that I'll really be focusing on those programs that the sustainability section within Planning and Development Services leads. But there are several sustainability related initiatives that are undertaken by other departments and other teams within the town. For example, things like stormwater infrastructure, active transportation, green fleet procurement, and facility energy retrofits, just to name a few. So the first project I want to touch on is one of our important climate plans known as the Ajax Climate Risk and Resiliency Plan. As you know, this plan was approved in 2019, and it really provides a strategic framework for addressing both current and future impacts of climate change across the town. This plan identified approximately 50 action items spread across 8 objectives. Those key objectives all relate to emergency preparedness and response, natural systems, and stormwater flooding and erosion. So over the next few slides, I do want to provide some highlights of our key accomplishments in 2022, and I'll discuss some of our focus for both this year and next year in terms of this plan. One of the big projects that was completed and identified within the Ajax Climate Risk and Resiliency Plan was the Kerrison Wetland Restoration Project. This project was a joint partnership between Town of Ajax, Region of Durham, the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority, as well as Ducks Unlimited Canada. So this project was substantially completed late last year, and created and enhanced approximately 3 hectares or 7 acres of wetland habitat. It decommissioned 2 old and very deep farm ponds that were on site, and those farm ponds were used for irrigation when it was an active farm. It restored and stabilized stream bank erosion that was occurring within the Crothers Creek on site. It realigned and reconstructed the Crothers Creek multi-use trail that had been damaged due to years of flooding. And it managed populations of invasive species on site, namely Phragmites, which is a type of invasive reed. It's very tall and can grow very thick. In addition to the wetland creation, thousands of native trees and shrubs were planted across 6 hectares or 15 acres of what we call riparian habitat. And riparian habitat is really that habitat that's located adjacent to wetlands, streams, rivers, creeks. And those plantings were completed to increase natural cover, increase the quality of habitat for local wildlife, improve biodiversity, as well as enhance the green space for the community. So if you were to walk this trail today, you would see that tree fencing has been installed on site, and it kind of looks like black snow fencing. But that tree fencing has been installed to protect the new plantings from deer browsing and increase their survival rates. So throughout 2023, we will continue to do some ongoing invasive species management, really targeted towards those Phragmites populations on site, as well as infill native tree and shrub plantings. Also in 2023, we'll continue to seek funding opportunities and public and private partnerships to help support the other wetland restoration opportunities we've identified across the town. So the next few slides here are just going to show some of the active restoration work that was completed in the fall. This is looking at the lower section of the project site. So you can see Kingston Road running along the bottom of the photo there, and the Peacock Saddlery to the left. This is the where we decommissioned one farm pond and created wetland pockets with some habitat structures like basking logs and rocks. And we had some heavy tree planting on site. You can actually see close to that white fence by Peacock Saddlery there, crews from TRCA planting trees, just to give you an idea of the absolute scale of this project. And you can see the Crothers Creek running right through the middle. This is an aerial photo of the middle section of the wetland restoration. So we're looking east towards Casino Ajax. There was also a very large farm pond on site that was decommissioned and wetland pockets created, as well as a lot of native tree and shrub plantings. And here we can see the north section of the restoration site. So we have Carrison Road running along the top of your photo there, with the Crothers Creek running under that road. You can see the wetland pockets and starting to actually fill up with a bit of water as this section was completed first. And again, you can see some of those habitat structures installed on site. So a large project and substantially completed. Again, you can see on this photo in particular, the populations of the invasive species Phragmites that have reestablished after the restoration. So we'll be tackling this section with ongoing invasive species management. Moving on, another big achievement in 2022 was the launch of the Ajax Sustainable Neighborhood Action Program, or Ajax SNAP for short. So it's the very first SNAP program located within the region of Durham. There are about a dozen SNAP neighborhoods located throughout City of Toronto, region of Peel, and York region. So this is the first, hopefully, of many across Durham region. And the Ajax SNAP program, it's really a neighborhood scale community retrofit and engagement program that involves the community and stakeholders very early on in the project planning phase. So it's a bit unique in terms of environmental stewardship. And, those are often one-off events that might invite community members to help on a program, whereas this program invites those community members very early on in the engagement process to help shape what the project looks like. And it usually helps shape initiatives related to climate action, such as home energy retrofits, lot level stormwater management, biodiversity, in urban areas, obviously heat island mitigation efforts, and in a lot of other SNAP locations across Ontario and the GTA, food insecurity issues as well. And I do want to touch, although this project is led within our environmental services department, it's a very important action item that's being completed for our Ajax Climate Risk and Resiliency Plan. So in 2022, Ajax partnered with TRCA to initiate an urban forest technical study. And the purpose of this study was to reassess the structure and function of the urban forest compared to the study that was completed in 2009. And you're very aware that since 2009, we've had some major changes in our urban forest, namely due to extreme weather events like windstorms and ice storms, but also the devastation brought on by the invasive emerald ash borer, which completely decimated our ash canopy in Ajax. So the entire makeup of our canopy is totally different compared to 2009. So this study is going to provide management recommendations that will really inform our updated urban forest management plan. And that plan helps us manage our urban forest in the short term as well as the long term. So I believe this study will be coming to GGC next month, or maybe in May, if I'm not mistaken. So you will be learning more about this technical study and the results of it at that point. I did want to include an update on this because it's, you know, in municipal climate plans, the urban forest is really probably the top tool we have to build climate resilience across a community and definitely in urban areas. So it should be a focus of all climate plans. Moving on to some of our energy initiatives. As you know, back in April of 2021, new corporate and community GHG emission reduction targets were endorsed through a motion of council. So our corporate GHG emission targets, we will be updating our energy conservation demand management plan, which is mandated every 5 years. And we will be undertaking the green fleet strategy starting this year. And that will really help us set a path to achieving those targets within the corporate targets. In terms of the community targets, it's a bit more difficult to achieve as a municipality because it involves external stakeholders and the community. But we have a lot of initiatives that have already begun or will be starting soon that will continue to lead and support. So just to name a few, we are now implementing our tiered municipal green standard. We are supporting the region in their large retrofit program, home energy retrofit program known as the Durham Greener Homes program. We're supporting the region in their zero emissions vehicle program. And we have some other upcoming land use planning and policy type initiatives that will go towards achieving community GHG targets. I did want to just provide a bit more information on the Ajax Green Standard as it was approved in April of last year and a big achievement in terms of some of our climate goals. The Ajax Green Standard is now required for all new site plan and/or draft plan of subdivision applications. And it's a tiered municipal green standard that establishes both mandatory and voluntary or aspirational targets for sustainability related design and guidelines and energy performance. The Ajax Green Standard will undergo routine updates just to stay up to date with emerging technologies, best new practices, and legislation. In this year, in 2023, we will be participating in a region-led initiative that's looking at working with lower tier municipalities, the development industry stakeholders, and utilities to really identify a region-wide incentive program for municipal green standards. So these can be financial and non-financial incentives that will help the development industry and builders achieve those higher voluntary tiers of energy performance and design guidelines. In terms of waste programs within planning and development services, we're really responsible for the following programs. So the textile diversion program and the corporate ban on single-use plastics. Both of these programs have action plans associated with them. And both are really focused on raising public awareness and providing engagement opportunities for the public. And I did want to note here, in terms of waste management across the region, we really want to remain consistent with the region's long-term waste management plan, and we want to use consistent language whenever we're promoting a program, initiating a program, or speaking with the community. So an example of that is using the 5 R's in waste management. And these 5 R's are really meant to, think about our choices, not just with textiles or single-use plastics, but think about our choices early on. And really prevent items from going to landfills for disposal. We really want to live that zero waste lifestyle, and the 5 R's is what you need to use to achieve that. So both of our plans that I mentioned incorporate these 5 R's. For our textile diversion program, again, a very, very heavily focused on public engagement, but we hosted a pilot staff textile recycling collection at Town Hall and saw a lot of success in collecting over 400 pounds of gently used textiles for Diabetes Canada. So we'll continue to implement the action items identified in the action plan and continue to provide opportunities for both staff and the community to learn about textile diversion and help with our initiatives there. Now, at this point, I do want to take some time to discuss the corporate ban on single-use plastics in more detail, as I'll be highlighting the update found within report PDS 2023-06 in your agenda today. So when the corporate ban on single-use plastics was approved in March of 2020, we used a definition at that time of what single-use plastics were. And that was really to be consistent when we updated any internal policies, event guidelines, things like that. Since that time, the federal government of Canada has released regulations that essentially ban the manufacture, sale, and import and export of certain single-use plastics items. And to remain consistent with their definition of what single-use plastics are, we have updated our definition that we use corporately. When we're talking about single-use plastics, we often talk about the most problematic single-use plastics identified by the federal government, which typically include straws, checkout bags, cutlery, and food containers made from hard to recycle plastics. So eliminating plastic pollution, it's nearly an impossible task for a lower tier municipality to take on their own. We really need to collaborate across all levels of government, manufacturers, suppliers, businesses, and community members to try and eliminate single-use plastics within our daily lives. Some of our major accomplishments since 2020 that were identified in the action plan are listed here on this slide. So updating some internal and external policies and guidelines, adding 3-stream receptacles at our town facilities, endorsing a council charter on plastic waste reduction, launching a single-use plastics website to really educate residents and business owners about the federal regulations, as well as what alternatives they can use to single-use plastics. And we have ongoing education and outreach initiatives that we offer every year for the community. So I've provided a pretty detailed breakdown of the roles and responsibilities related to single-use plastics in the report. I do want to take a moment to kind of highlight some of those roles and responsibilities at least a high level. So in June of 2022, the federal government released regulations that will essentially ban the manufacturing, import, export, and sale of single-use plastics in Canada. They only focus on the 6 most problematic single-use plastics, which are, as I mentioned before, checkout bags, cutlery, food serviceware, stir sticks, ring carriers, and straws. And the first regulations actually came into effect late last year, with the next round coming up this year. And I believe all of the regulations, that the plan is to have them all in effect by the end of 2025. And that really gives mostly manufacturers, importers, and exporters the time to transition their business plans. Now, the province of Ontario, and I'm sure we'll be hearing more about this in the coming months, but they announced there will be a shift to what is known as an extended producer responsibility model, or an EPR model, for blue box materials. So this is something similar to what we already have in Ontario for battery recycling, e-waste, even car tires. So essentially what that means is that an EPR model will make the management and diversion of certain blue box materials the responsibility of those who produce those materials. That shift to EPR in Ontario will begin in July of this year, with the first cohort of municipalities undergoing the transition. So I believe City of Toronto, London, Ottawa, they're part of that first round of municipalities shifting to EPR for blue box materials. The town of Ajax, along with all of the other Durham municipalities, will have to complete that transition by July 1st of next year. So we're not within the first group, but I mean, July 1st, 2024 will take a lot of work through the region of Durham to achieve that goal. So it's anticipated that it will be a seamless transition, and that's what we're told by both the province and region of Durham. But essentially, this EPR model will impact what every Ontarian can put in their blue box, who picks up those blue box, and how often those items will be picked up curbside. So there'll have to be a lot of communication led by the region to prepare residents for that change. And as I mentioned before, the region of Durham really focuses on maximizing diversion of waste, including single-use plastics, through their long-term waste management plan and their 5-year action plans that come out related to that management plan. So key actions identified in phase 3 of our action plan for single-use plastics were to, one, undertake research for best practices of ensuring compliance of permit holders at town-owned facilities, and two, report to council with recommendations for external compliance and enforcement of the single-use plastics ban. So that's what I'm completing today with that report in your package. So upon completion of that research, the following key considerations were identified. First, policy, regulations, and legislation enacted by federal and provincial and municipal governments can really influence public behavior and have the power to change behaviors and create new social norms. Now, the most effective enforcement is going to come from the federal and provincial regulations that really target those plastic producers and manufacturers, whereas the corporate ban that we have really targets the consumer, those who are purchasing products that are available to be purchased locally. So our corporate ban on single-use plastics was approved before the federal government enacted their regulations for banning certain items. So I think those federal regulations really take over a lot of the responsibility in enforcing a single-use plastic ban throughout Canada. Some of the other key considerations that we found is that positive reinforcement through engagement and education is always more effective at changing behaviors than monetary fines or punitive measures. Within Durham Region, also proper waste disposal. So what goes into the recycling, organics, waste is always enforced through the region's existing waste management bylaw. And obviously education and engagement campaigns are very effective at raising public awareness on certain issues, including single-use plastics. So based on these key considerations that we found during our research, staff are recommending that external compliance with the corporate ban on single-use plastics be encouraged through education and engagement initiatives to increase public awareness and change behaviors associated with single-use plastics and their disposal. We do not believe that enforcement through any new bylaws or enforcement with monetary fines will be effective in enacting positive behavioral change within the community, especially given that the federal legislation will prevent the most problematic single-use plastics from being manufactured or sold. So with that, I did want to just provide a brief kind of promotion for our upcoming engagement opportunities that relate to sustainability. As always, we're leading our annual Ajax Green Living Days, and we have community tree planting events, litter cleanups, our very popular compost giveaway, as well as virtual and in-person gardening workshops. We'll also be promoting our volunteer opportunities, our Sunny TOA Eco Team, as well as the new Ajax Youth Greening Project that's being piloted this year through the Ajax Partnership Fund. So a lot of these engagement and education opportunities do focus on our textile diversion program, single-use plastics within the community, as well as some more supporting the motion that was passed earlier this year, the No Mow May motion, that a lot of these opportunities will touch upon. Lastly, I just wanted to take a moment to thank all of the directors in attendance today, CAO Baker and Ajax Council, for your continued support on these sustainability initiatives. Climate action, it requires very strong collaboration between departments and outside of the organization, and our success really lies within our municipal leadership and the team effort that we put forth. So thank you for all of that support. And with that,
Thank you
I
very
can
much.
take questions.
We appreciate the presentation. Thank you. Councillor Crawford, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for this report, Mr. Richardson. It's very in-depth. I just wanted to touch on the EPR thing coming into Durham Region. We've been talking at Works, this is my second term on Works. We've been talking about this since last term in preparation for it. And one of the things that we have been assured of is that at the end of the driveway, nothing changes for the residents. So the same amount of pickups have to be the same amount of pickups you would get weekly. So you get your recycling picked up. Might be a different person picking it up. It might be not Miller Waste picking it up. That's determined by the end use producer. But there should be minimal change or impact to the residents. So because we don't want to confuse anything any more than it needs to be, right? The other thing is that if if certain places are not included in this round, like I think BIA, small businesses, there's a few exceptions to this rule, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that Durham Region would pick up, continue the same pickup. So there again, we want it to be minimal disruption to residents and businesses. And that's my understanding, unless I understand something different than what you do.
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford, no, that's correct. I believe the biggest change will be that recycling, so blue box materials across Ontario will now be consistent. Whereas you can see in other municipalities, City of Toronto compared to Durham Region, what you can put in the blue box in terms of plastic products or paper products can differ. So it will be consistent across Ontario. I don't know what that means for Durham Region in terms of, maybe there's some items that can go into blue box now that won't in the future. I don't anticipate that. I think more items will be collected in blue box. So that will be the biggest change. Luckily for the region, all of the regional contracts expire July 1st, 2024. So all of the new contracts that the region needs can be renewed for that start day, that transition.
Right.
But we'll continue to work with the region closely to make sure that the transition is seamless and that locally, that the lower tier municipalities are prepared for that transition.
And are you also aware of the expansion of the green bin now to include dog poop, diapers, feminine products, and all that? So I'm very, very excited about that. I think that's a really good program, and I think it's going to be a great incentive to reducing garbage completely. Because as you know, I had one question back at the. Can you go back to the slide where the wetlands is being created? Joanne might be able to help me too, but I believe there was a trail for bikes that used to go through there that was constantly flooded. I don't think it's been open for like 5 years or something. And I think I've asked this question before, so I can't remember the answer and don't even know where it is, because I think since I've been biking through Durham, I've never been able to use it, but I do get questions about it. Is that going to be part of getting fixed through this whole revitalization? I think you're muted. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I've pulled up this slide here. You can see that trail section running right through the middle from, this is north-south. Now we are looking east towards Casino Ajax. Right. So that trail has been realigned and reconstructed. It is open for use, and it is further out of the floodplain, and the wetland work will mitigate any future flooding events. So it's further away from Crothers Creek, and it's been totally reconstructed and realigned. So that's
how do you hook up to that?
So that one is connected to Kingston Road.
Okay.
It also travels under Carrison Road to go north.
Oh, okay. Maybe I did that. Okay, never mind. I'm just talking to myself now. No worries. Thank you so much. I appreciate the report.
You're welcome.
Regional Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Richardson. You were mentioning like the top 6 plastic things the government is looking at. How did plastic bottles not make that list?
So there were discussion papers released throughout 2020 and 2021 related to the most problematic plastic items. And typically what it looked at a whole bunch of different things like impact on human health, impact on wildlife, which is why ring carriers have made its way into that list, and how hard those items are to be recycled. So typically the plastic water bottles are easier to recycle. They're made out of plastics that are easier to manage in end of life. So they didn't make the first round of lists. That's not to say they won't make it to the next round of plastic items that will be a part of that federal regulation. So this is just the first 6 items. There's advocacy groups out there working to increase that list and change it.
Some would say there's some advocacy groups working against that list as well, such as the soda manufacturers, I presume. So
Yes.
just curious about that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Councillor Henry.
I have a question, but I don't know if this is the place to ask it. So tell me if I'm wrong. But I just wanted to know, and to help the fight against water bottle usage in our town facilities, do we have the refill water stations like that are in the Catholic and public school boards?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, yes, we do. And if Director Vita wants to add anything, but we do promote using reusable water bottles at our facilities and have them available for use at our facilities.
And that's, when you say facilities, you mean town hall as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions? I just had one, if you don't mind, Mr. Richardson, on the Phragmites. You said that you're going back probably next season to address that again. And my understanding is it's very difficult to eradicate. So will you be there for several seasons? Like how long do you think it will take?
To you, Chair Dyes, that's a great question. With Phragmites, it's very fast growing, very aggressive. There's seed sources available upstream within the stormwater management ponds that are across the town. So it's a difficult one to manage. It does require typically, if you're not going to take 3 to 5 years to go back and continue to manage that population, it will reestablish. So it's a more of a long-term program. I know there's research being done on a biocontrol for Ontario, so releasing 2 different moth species that would eat that plant that have been very successful lately. So that may be something we see in the next few years. But yes, it typically takes up to 5 years to really get rid of an established population of Phragmites.
Okay. And the SNAP program, I'm really excited that that's coming here to Ajax, and it's a great opportunity, you know, to have some residents be more engaged in tree planting and all kinds of issues. Really, it's a great educational tool. So some of that will be highlighted, you said, through the Green Living Days. Do we have any specific programs that we know are beginning and when they will start for the SNAP program?
To you, Chair Dyes, yes, we've done a lot of the background work already. So we've done our site selection and neighborhood selection, which we looked at 3 different neighborhoods throughout Ajax to kind of look at the benefits and selected the one that we went forward with, which came to council last year. We've done a very detailed baseline inventory and characterization report on the neighborhood itself. So looking at demographics, needs, infrastructure needs, those types of things, very detailed. We even went down to how many pools, backyard pools, are located within the neighborhood, and there's well over 150, which is surprising. And then now we've done our detailed public consultations. So we launched an IMO page, a community survey. We've attended close to 10 pop-up events, including Winterfest, town-led events where we can talk to community members. And we've hosted 1 leadership forum, which was invite only with 12 community leaders to really focus on priorities and what they want to see. So we're getting some amazing feedback, pointing us in directions that we wouldn't have come up with on our own, that the community's really identified as priorities.
Thank you. That's good to hear. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bauer, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair Dyes. Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Great report. Joanne just asked some of my questions about SNAP, my neighborhood, my neck of the woods. My question was, how did the survey go? Did you get a lot of results for that?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Bauer. Yes, we did. We received, our goal was 150 based on the population of the neighborhood to get a really good feedback. That's what our target was. We received about 130 survey responses, and about 80% of those were from residents who lived within the SNAP neighborhood. The other 20% were from town of Ajax, but outside of the neighborhood, and they still have very useful information, because just because they don't live in the neighborhood doesn't mean they don't use the public library or St. Andrew's Garden. So we wanted to hear from them as well. We received a lot of emails that, you know, they didn't complete the survey because it was a lengthy survey, about 15 to 20 minutes. But they did want to provide some input just through email. And then at our community pop-ups, it was almost constant with people coming by, chatting, talking about what they like, what they don't like. And I know at Winterfest, the booth was visited about 300 times by 300 separate people for discussion. So it was very good feedback, and something that we're continuing to build on, because we don't want to just stop that engagement and consultation. It's part of the SNAP program, is continuing that throughout the life of the project.
Wonderful. That's really great to hear. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Anything further from anybody? Okay, can I have a mover to received the recommendation? Counselor Bauer, all in favor? Any opposed? I'm going to assume that's carried. Can't see you all.
Chair, if I may, I think we never
Yes.
actually passed 4.11. Councillor Crawford said she had no questions. I don't think we actually put a motion in on that yet.
No, you're right, we didn't. So can I have a motion for that recommendation then on 4.11? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you, that's carried. Appreciate the presentation, Mr. Richardson. Thank you very much for your time. This completes this portion of our meeting. We are now going to have to go into a closed session meeting. So I'm assuming, Mr. Clerk, if you can help me out, that we need a motion to move into closed session.
That is correct, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
Make that
So,
motion, Chair.
thank you. I have a mover. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. That's carried. Mr. Clerk, thank you.
Can we have
Dan.
a 5-minute break?
Yeah, I'll give you a 5-minute break. Sure.
Thank
We all
you.
need that. We've been here a while, haven't we? Sorry.
It's a lengthy one, guys.
Well, I mean, the first item that I thought was a no-brainer took half an hour.
And then you pulled everything else.
Hey,
Okay, the next motion, we are now live. The next motion we need is to ratify the directions provided in closed session.
Thank you. So do I have a mover to ratify the directions in closed session?
Counselor Bauer,
Counselor Bauer, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And have a mover to adjourn.
Crawford?
Thank you. Counselor Crawford, all in favor? Any opposed?
Good job. Good job,
Thank you very
Joanne.
much.
Great job, Joanne. That was a long one.
nice work,
Good job.
Joanne. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Good job.
I now, my backside's the shape of the chair.